Check 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. It is Friday, March 22nd. It is 10:01 a.m. We are convening the Planning and Development Committee meeting, but we are going to be in recess until 10:20 a.m. So we will see you back here at 10:20. No, Good morning. We are back again. So it is 10:21. We are coming back into our committee meeting. It is Friday, March 22nd. This is our last committee meeting today of 2024 session. I can't believe it. That went incredibly fast, as we would all agree, I'm sure. I am not going to have a lot of remarks today because I know we have a pretty healthy agenda to get through today. And I know everyone is anxious to get through it. I really appreciate all of the ongoing assistance from our staff and from the wonderful partnership that we have with our friends on the other side of the aisle. So I just thank you so much for all of that. Senator Rahman, do you have some remarks?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. All your hard work, our partisan, non-partisan staffs, and our, policy guys. And of course, I want to thanks to the our clerks, Madam Clerk, work really hard day night with this committee. I want a special thanks to my aide, Matt. Matt, thank you for your hard work and dedication. I know sometimes he's in here at 8 a.m. To all the until 8 p.m. So thank you all the time you put. With that, I would like to pass on my co-chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. Senator Fazio is joining us online.
Good morning, everyone. Looking forward to our robust agenda today and, putting forth good bills that protect our towns and cities and residents and, hopefully having a robust debate on things we disagree on in an agreeable fashion. I also want to thank the nonpartisan staff and all of our staff and the Senate Republicans and House Republicans for their hard work too.
Thank you so much. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to forbear most of my comments, wait till the end, and just say I'm excited to get started today. Thank you.
And I would remind everyone that apparently I had missed out on this tradition last year, but we're supposed to, as a chair, bring something from our district for the committee and our staff to enjoy. So there are cupcakes on either end of the table, and those in the audience, there may be some left over. So you guys can fight it out for that. We might as well get rolling here. We have number 3 bills for action. Number 1 is our HB 5272 JFS LCO 3281, an act concerning the expiration of certain land use approvals and the new home construction guarantee fund. Do I have a motion?
So more.
Second. Do I have a second? Thank you so much, Representative McCarthy Vahey. Any discussion? Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really excited about this bill for a number of reasons. One of primarily of which is that for a long time, homeowners have been able to make claims against the home guarantee fund when home builders or contractors don't live up to their obligations under the various contracts they enter into in the state. And unfortunately, the amount that homeowners can recover has not been changed in a long time. We also know, though, that with rampant inflation and just the cost of everything going up, that a lot of these contracts are a lot bigger than they used to be. It's been a long time since we increased the amount in this fund. Actually, I don't know that we ever have. So I'm very excited from a pro-consumer perspective that we're going to be doing that. I'm also excited because what this bill does is, in my eyes, it closes a loophole that some bad actors are taking advantage of, and that is creating a situation where they're not finishing their projects and towns are left helpless. And what we're trying to do in this bill is address that situation while not over-regulating on the majority of the contractors out there who are good actors. We're trying to make a difference and make sure that those bad actors, towns have recourse to be able to not only address issues with them, but actually get these projects completed in a timely fashion. For those reasons, I support the bill and would not object to establishing a consent calendar and adding it to the consent calendar if there's no other comment or concern.
Madam Clerk, if you wouldn't mind adding that to the consent calendar. And the only thing that I would say is I'm really grateful to the home builders, the AG's office, and the Department of Consumer Protection, who have all had a hand in this bill. And certainly, as my good colleague said, the whole goal here is to try to protect future home buyers and especially those that are building brand new homes because of the experiences that have happened, unfortunately, in the Farmington Valley in the last couple years. Moving on to item number 2, HB number 5393, JFS LCO number 3413, an act concerning certain adjustments to gross assessments of taxable real property. Do I have a motion to the floor? Thank you. Second?
Second by Senator Rahman.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any discussion? Representative Hall.
First, I have a bunch of people to thank for working with us on this bill. I want to first thank the CAAO for coming to the table on this bill. And I think between all the work that went into this bill over the course of this session, it really made the bill better. I think it clarifies the statute much clearer. And it continues with what the statute's original intent was, which is to make the appeals process a linear movement and not a circular one. So as many of you may know, we've had some issues with our local assessments in Enfield and with really just a fundamental misunderstanding, I think, of the statute. So I think what this it does is just clarifies the statute as it's written and its original intent. And it continues the motion for our taxpayers, if they disagree with their assessment, that the movement will be up and not in a circle, which was never the intent of the statute. So I appreciate the CAAO work on this, and of course, Mike Rell too. And it's a great bill, and hopefully we get that moved on the floor. And thanks to leadership for the patience and the work on this bill as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's no objection, I don't remember if Rep. Hall mentioned it, but if there's no objection, I would have no issue with this moving to the consent calendar.
No objection here. Madam Clerk, would you please add that to the consent calendar? Anyone else? I think we're good on that one. Item number 3, HB 5396, an act limiting the assessment of interest on certain delinquent property tax payments. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you both. Any discussion? Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I recognize that taxpayers, homeowners, consumers out there, everybody's struggling, right? We've had significant inflation. I've mentioned it before. But on the other hand, I'm a big proponent of personal responsibility. You know, people should be paying their bills. And I know that people fall upon hard times. And we have a plethora of programs in the state of Connecticut intended to help people to create a safety net when they do fall upon hard times. We passed a bill out of this committee not too long ago seeking to reduce or waive interest when there's a mistake, when there's an assessment mistake or the tax collector makes a mistake. I agree with that. People shouldn't be paying interest if it's the town's responsibility and somebody goofed up. This is just a flat reduction of the interest rate on delinquent taxes, delinquent balances from 18 to 12%. With interest rates where they are right now, around 7 or 8%, that's not really much more of a penalty compared to where interest rates are. And so because of that, I don't know that it's much more of a deterrent. And the whole point of the interest rate being as high as it is right now is that it's supposed to act as a deterrent to keep people from playing games with their bills and paying them roughly on time. And, you know, importantly, towns rely on these numbers, particularly our small towns. So because of that, I'm going to be opposing the bill today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JFHB 53996. Kavros DeGraw,
Kavros DeGraw votes yes.
Rahman,
Senator Raman votes yes.
Zullo,
Rep. Zullo votes no.
Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Chafee,
Yes.
Needleman, Hockedel, Lopes, Wong, Baker, Baumgardner,
Rep. Baumgardner votes yes.
Conley, DiAgostino,
Yes.
Lamar, McCarthy Vahey,
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Delnicki, Dubitsky,
Yes.
Haynes, Hall,
Hall votes yes.
Zawistowski.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to item number 4, SB number 335, JFS LCO number 3021, an act concerning short-term rental properties. Do I have a motion to the floor?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask one question of any of the proponents of the bill. It could be any of the chairs or anyone else. I see Representative Bumgarner's hand up. I'm wondering what licensure of short-term rentals would entail. If it's mere registration, maybe that's not very onerous on property owners, but some people rely on short-term rentals as a source of supplemental income. Seniors, for instance, people, lower moderate incomes, and obviously they have certain property rights, and we have certain local regulations that would bar any disturbances and so on. So there are certain parts of this bill, most of this bill that I think is reasonable and I would vote for. But I do have concerns about, any excessively onerous restrictions placed on property owners. So I am wondering, as a question for any proponent of the bill, what limitations or what licensure might entail.
I will take that question because the proponent of the bill is not a member of the committee, but we did decide to raise it because of the challenges that so many communities are having with their short-term rental situation. I would say that because this is a may and not a shall, it's certainly going to be up to the community to decide what the licensure is actually going to look like, because I don't believe the bill really speaks to that. I can defer to LCO otherwise, but I don't see that in the bill per se. I'm getting a head shake. I do know that this is a work in progress, but that's about as much background as I can provide to you at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I know one of the proponents of the bill is not on our committee, and she's a very smart, hardworking legislator. So I'd be happy to help work with her and others on the bill out of committee. I do have reticence about that section. The rest seems on the up and up to me. So I might vote no to flag today with a total openness to voting yes on the floor if we might tighten some of the language or ameliorate my concerns later on. Thank you for the time.
I certainly appreciate that. Representative Bumgarner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just want to thank you in particular for your leadership and support in elevating this important issue on this committee. Short-term rentals is something that intimately impacts my corner of the state in southeastern Connecticut. Someone who represents everything from the Thames River in the city of Groton all the way to Stonington Borough, with Mystic in between. All of our neighborhoods, including Noank, which has independent zoning authority, actually took the steps a couple years ago through their zoning authority to ban short-term rentals. Every neighborhood has been intimately impacted by it. I just ask, as this is a work in progress, as the good chair mentioned, that we keep an eye on two things. One, ensuring that the rights of our zoning boards or authorities, as well as fire districts that have independent zoning authority or boroughs with independent zoning authority, still have the ability to regulate as they see fit. And two, keeping an eye on what the impacts of defining short-term rentals will be for state statute and how that impacts other areas. But one really positive feature of the yes language is, of course, the inclusion of expressly permitting municipalities to have to allow for registries, which are very important. So again, thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to make these comments.
Thank you. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To echo some of the comments, or actually to answer one of my colleagues' questions, short-term rental regulations can take a number of different contexts, right? You could have regulations that actually, at the extreme end, just limit them, ban them altogether. You can have regulations that say you're only allowed to have STRs in certain zones. You can have them that say you're only allowed to rent to so many people. You're only allowed to rent at certain times of the year. You're required to have to register. You're required to have the property's assessment changed as an income producing property. A variety of different types of regulations. I actually believe that most towns can do this already. I know that there are a number of towns doing it. I know that there are a number of towns waiting to do it because there's a question. So I believe we need to act to do something. This is a very, very important first step. But I don't want to give the impression that towns can't do this, because I firmly believe that they can. But I do believe that this is a positive step forward towards empowering municipalities to regulate them. I do believe we need to regulate them because they do raise a number of quality of life and affordability concerns. So because of that, I'll be supporting the bill today, but do believe we will need a roll call on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I am seeing no other discussion at this time. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS SB 335 LCO 3021. Gavros DeGraw,
Gavros DeGraw votes yes.
Rahman,
Senator Rahman votes yes.
Zulo,
Reb Zula votes yes.
Fazio,
Fazio, no to flag.
Chafee,
Yes.
Needleman, Hockedal, Lopes, Juan, Baker, Baumgardner,
Yes, Representative Baumgardner votes yes.
Conley, DiAgostino,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
McCarthy Vehy,
McCarthy Vehey votes yes.
Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Delnicki, Dubitsky,
Yes.
Haynes, Hall,
All votes no.
Zawistowski.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to number 5, SB number 336. This is a straight JF, an act concerning the Metropolitan District of Hartford County's independent consumer advocate. Do I have a motion? Do I have?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second by Senator Rahman.
Okay, we all got to have our coffee. Any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk, I believe this is consentable, so would you mind adding that to the consent calendar? Moving on to item number 6, HB number 5174, JFS LCO 3157, an act concerning temporary shelter units for persons experiencing homelessness located on real property owned by religious organizations. Do I have a motion?
And second.
Thank you so much. Any discussion? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm very concerned about small towns in the state if this bill were to pass. Many, if not most, of the historic churches in this state are on town greens, main streets, historic districts, etc. And to have homeless shelters plopped down in these areas without any input from the town's representatives and elected officials, without any input from the people who live in these areas, I think would do grave violence to the way of life in this state. Perhaps this is appropriate in the bigger cities, but in the small towns, we have an established process for determining where certain land uses take place. This bill would completely circumvent that process, and the parade of horribles that could result are endless. So for the moment, I would make a motion to raise the population cap from 15,000 to 70,000. I don't believe I need anything in writing, but I make a motion to increase the population cap from 15 to 70,000.
Okay, thank you. Representative Dubisky, do we have a second on that motion? Thank you, Representative Hall. Madam Clerk, I do believe you need to call the roll for this one.
A motion has been
Oh, but
made.
hold on one second.
You should probably ask for discussion.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Any discussion on the amendment itself?
Well, I would just indicate that raising it to 70,000 would still allow the larger municipalities to utilize this. Well, it would actually force it on the larger municipalities as opposed to forcing it on the smaller towns. And frankly, that's where the greatest need is in the larger municipalities. So I think it's important that we recognize the on-the-ground damage that that allowing a homeless shelter, an outdoor homeless shelter on every church property in every town would have, and limiting it to municipalities with 70,000, I think is appropriate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think the bill right now is 15,000 and the big jump is 70,000. This bill will creating the more housing, and I think 70,000 will be undermined the bill to creating the housing. Just for that reason, I will not support proposal. Thanks.
Representative Zastowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add something that to what Representative Dubisky had mentioned as well. Another reason for considering a higher threshold such as 70,000 would also allow these municipalities to provide greater services to the homeless. A lot of the smaller towns do not have the capacity to have services available. So I think it just makes more sense to increase that number. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's something about the Z with the last name. Common thinking. I was going to make similar comments, and I'll just align my comments with those of Rep. Zawistowski and add that I feel it strikes a thoughtful balance between towns' abilities. There are certain towns that have the ability to accommodate this, certain that don't. I think this strikes the right balance between it, and I would encourage my members to support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As the proponent of this bill and as someone who has really worked on this for a while, I am going to ask my members not to support it, but for the main reason that we do have regional cans across the state. And so in terms of where there are services, I think that we need to acknowledge that many of our towns, the reason that they appear not to have homeless issues is because, unfortunately, because the services are primarily in the larger towns, they are forced to go there. However, with the regional cans, we do see that there are more services available more broadly. So I would ask that my members do not support this specific amendment and that Madam Clerk calls the roll. Thank you.
A motion has been made and seconded to vote on Amendment A to HB 5472, LCO 3157. Kavros DeGraw.
Kavros DeGraw votes no.
Rahman.
Senator Rahman votes no.
Zullo.
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
Fazio.
Fazio votes yes.
Chafee.
No.
Needleman. Hockedal. Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes no.
Juan. Baker. Baumgardner.
Representative Baumgartner votes no.
Conley,
Representative Conley votes no.
DiAugustino,
No.
Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes no.
McCarthy Vehy,
Votes no.
Michelle,
Michelle votes no.
Delnicki, Dubitsky, Haynes, Hall,
Paul votes yes.
Zawistowski,
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I believe I need to give you a moment to tally this up. So that's what we will wait for.
that is 6 yeas, 10 nays, and a few absent. 1 sec.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. That amendment has failed. Do we have any further discussion on this, on the underlying bill? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I obviously disappointed that the amendment failed. To the issue of services, I just, when you're voting on these bills, I really just want you to think about your towns. Think about where the churches are in your towns. Think about the fact that under this bill, we would be allowing in some towns that have no police, no social services virtually at all, only a handful of employees. We would be allowing in these towns to have multiple homeless shelters, no transportation, no sanitation. These buildings could be built essentially without any oversight, without any indication that there's any significant administration of the facility. How will it be staffed? Who will oversee it? The church may be very well-meaning, but may have no idea what it takes to run a homeless shelter in a town with no services and no transportation. So most of the towns that have no services, no transportation, virtually no employees, are smaller towns. They are towns up to perhaps 25,000 people. So I'm going to make a motion to increase the municipal population cap from 15,000 to 25,000.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Is there a second on that motion? Seconded by Representative Zawistowski. And do we have any discussion on that motion? Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly support the motion. I think, again, it provides a little bit more flexibility to municipalities. Again, it's thoughtful, keeping in mind that a number that might be strained by this would be able to take advantage of this. So because of that, I will be supporting it and hope that all of my colleagues will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also, I believe in towns that are a little bit larger, there may be employment opportunities, because the ultimate goal is to get these people back on their feet. And I think that threshold would make more sense than the 15,000, because those are truly our smallest towns. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Robin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, from 72 jump down 25 from 15 to 25. This is something makes sense to me. I'm sure all our colleagues, maybe this is something we can work out. And still is not going to be, undermine the bill. And still, I think will create the more housing. So I think I'm going to support 25. I hope my colleagues also support. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And, initially we put in the 15,000 because we thought that that was the right number, but I really do appreciate the thoughtfulness of our good members in bringing, in good faith, bringing forward this 25,000 threshold. So I will be voting for this, and I would encourage my members to do the same for this amendment. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? John, what did I do now?
Madam Chair, I just ask that LCO reserve the right to make any technical and conforming changes to support this amendment if adopted.
And that works for us. Thank you so much. Now, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to vote on Amendment B to HB 5174, LCO 3157. Cabarrus DeGraw,
Yes.
Rahman,
Senator Rahman vote yes.
Zullo,
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
Fazio,
Fazio, yes.
Chafee,
Yes.
Needleman, Hawkadell,
Senator
Hello.
Hockendahl votes yes.
thank you. Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Juan, Baker, Baumgardner,
Representative Baumgartner votes yes.
Conley,
Representative Conley votes yes.
DiAgostino,
Yes.
Lamar, McCarthy Vehy,
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Delnicki, Dubitsky,
Yes.
Haynes, Hall,
Paul votes no.
Zawistowski,
Yes.
Madam Clerk, when you're ready, we'll take the tally.
14 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you so much. Moving on to item number 7. Yep.
Madam Clerk.
Sorry. Oh, we have to vote on the bill. My bad. I do believe we have a little further discussion on the bill itself. So we'll start with Senator Fazio. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am glad that we were able to amend the bill, although I believe it's still a pretty onerous requirement on towns and cities and a short-sighted regulatory change. And first and foremost, I think we all understand that our state needs to have the right policies in order to fight poverty and fight homelessness. One of the reasons I and others chose to run for office in the first place is because we've seen poverty go up in this state over several decades, and we need to do more to create opportunity for people, to create jobs for people in a state that basically hasn't created any net new jobs in 20, 25 years. That's not me, that's the government statistics talking. So there is a lot more we need to do to create opportunity for people. Homelessness is a horrible and sad reality in our state, in our country, and we need the right policies, the right safety net in order to protect people. I want to applaud so many of the people who chose to come forward and testify for this bill. So many of them are doing God's work in order to try to protect our homeless population in this state. We've seen numbers like 1,000 people, maybe more in the state, who are homeless. And we know not everyone in that population is suffering from the same afflictions. There are some with very severe mental health disorders. There are some with very severe substance abuse disorders. And there are some who are fallen on hard economic times temporarily, lost a job, don't have any kind of safety net from their family or friends, and so on. And we need policies and interventions that are targeted uniquely at each of those different groups and others in order to ensure that they can get on their feet in the long run. You know, people with severe mental health disorders who are homeless for that reason need psychiatric support. People who have severe substance abuse problems need those types of interventions in order to get them off those substances. And people who have fallen on temporary hard times need the economic support and eventually the jobs and the long-term path towards the middle class that we want to see all people succeed in this state economically. I don't think that this bill put forward today as is answers those problems. And I think it potentially creates greater quality of life problems in our towns and cities across this state by having no guardrails essentially on temporary homeless shelters that could pop up in our towns and neighborhoods. There's no restriction to say that these temporary homeless shelters couldn't end up in residential neighborhoods, just 10-foot setback from the yards where kids are playing. There's nothing to say that in these temporary homeless shelters that a young mother with a kid isn't placed right next to someone who's suffering from a very severe mental health disorder or a very severe drug addiction. We need to be smart and targeted in our interventions in order to create upward mobility. We cannot simply embrace this, shall we say, desire to help irrespective of what the consequences might be. We cannot go in such a permissive direction of California or New York and have temporary homeless shelters popping up in residential neighborhoods when it can create health and safety concerns. We spend, I believe, around $100 million in the state every year in order to protect the homeless. Maybe that needs to go up. Maybe it needs to be targeted better. Maybe our government agencies need to do a better job. Maybe our public policies need to create jobs and affordability and upward mobility in a better fashion. However, I don't think that means that every bill with the title that it'll solve this should pass. And I have deep concerns about this bill as is. I think that we should go back to the drawing board. And for those reasons, I'll be voting no today. I have a deep appreciation that everyone who's voting yes or no wants to help solve this problem, but we don't quite agree today on the ways to solve that. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your accepting the number increase of the population number, but we've still got a very big problem here. One of the classes of people who are who these structures are designed for are refugees. The definition of refugee in the substitute language, person located in the state who has been admitted to the United States under the Federal Refugee Admissions Program established pursuant to the Immigration and Nationalization Act. And there's some criteria here. By most accounts, there have been in the last 3 years approximately 10 million illegal aliens that have just come across the border with no, many of them we have no idea who they are. 10 million in the United States. Well, there are 350 million people approximately in the United States, and Connecticut has approximately 3.5 million, so about 1%. So let's say, for example, that we got 1% of these 10 million illegal aliens that have come into the country in the last couple of years. that would be 100,000. 100,000 people, illegal aliens who have come across the border. Many of them with no place to live, many of them with no jobs, many of them with no ability to make money. Let's say that they that you have in your town, right down in the middle of your town, you have a church that decides to start building homeless shelters, basically making a little compound, little encampment, homeless shelters and porta potties. Who is going to police this? Who is going to check to make sure that the people who are living in these shelters meet the definitions that are set forth in the statute? Zoning official? Local cop? INS? Who? Who is going to check to determine that the people living in these shelters are the people who the shelters were statutorily designed for? The answer is probably nobody. Nobody's going to go and check. Nobody's going to police this. It is going to be a free-for-all. There is going to be disorder. There are going to be sanitation problems. There is going to be violence. This is going to be a nightmare. And once this nightmare exists, it's going to be very, very difficult to get rid of. Because once you give a landowner the right to do something on the land as of right, it becomes very, very difficult to take that right away from them. I would suggest legislators think very hard before they vote for this thing. Go talk to the people who live around the churches in your towns. I can guarantee you that most of them are not going to be happy about this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Zulu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to align my sentiments, my comments with those of my colleagues. I appreciate the flexibility so far as adding modifying the population threshold. I think there are common sense reasons for doing that. I do believe that this raises a host of planning and zoning concerns, particularly with respect to what's going to be happening. And so often, what are the the centers of towns? A lot of times, these religious structures, these buildings, are in some of the most prominent places in towns. That being said, we need to be doing something, right, to eradicate homelessness. We have a problem. We have too many people who are sleeping out on the streets in the cold and extreme conditions. I don't know that this gets to the heart of it. I think it asks too much from municipalities. And while I have a number of concerns from a practical perspective, I'm going to forbear in offering those concerns and hoping that we can continue to work on them throughout this process if this bill does come up for a vote on the floor. So for now, I'm just going to be a polite no, but hoping that we continue to have conversation to get this to a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Michel, online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out some data that came out to us from the Coalition Against Homelessness. In Fairfield County, we have 1/3 of our homeless, new homeless that are our own elderly, and another third which are children, and so that means basically families, our own families that are on the lowest tier of income. So I think it's urgent that we do all we can to expand the options for homeless people and families to have shelter and have safety at night and warmth during the winter. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it is really sad we talk about homelessness growing rapidly. We understand, we are all saying about the same thing. You know, I'm saying same thing, my colleagues also saying, but same time, some reason we don't want to support creating the more housing. This bill will create more housing. We have a moral obligation as a legislator, providing the people desperately need place to live. We have a moral obligation as a citizen to bring in the people from cold weather outside. If you are in your home, you have a, heat, cold, whatever you want. But when you see the people outside, you acknowledge, you realizing they're cold, they're hurt, but they need something. But then when you talk about creating something for them, then you are back out. Some reason you don't want to support. You're talking about so many other options. But the option we're talking about is not going to solve the solution and finding the place to live the people desperately need. I understand all the colleagues talking about all the legal stuff, all those things. Let me talk about myself. I'm the product of the immigrant. I came in here 25 years ago. I work hard. I saved money. I opened business. I became a landlord, business owner, non-profit founder. I'm immigrant. I create over 9,000 jobs in the state of Connecticut. I own and operate number of corporations and businesses. I'm immigrant. Sometimes I joke, I may pay more tax than Amazon pay because they have a lot of loophole. I don't know what is those loophole. All I know, I have to pay my fair share. I'm immigrant. 25 years ago when I came, it was really hard to find the one bedroom. There was the one bedroom, but it was not affordable. 25 years later, it's the same problem we are going through. Who will fix that? Is anyone can talk about how we can create more housing? Any human basic need, three things they desperately need in order to survive, not doing great. Shelter, food, healthcare. It's sad we talk about those three needs to provide our brothers and sisters. Town will have option. Religious facility will have option. They can open the shelter or they don't want to open the shelter. And we all trust our religious facilities and leaders. They never harm us. They are our backbone. When you have a bad day, we go church, mosque, religious facility, consulting with our religious leaders. Support us how to go through. They are helping us to go through the hardship. If we talk about they will harm us, they will put our town and city in difficult situations, then who we should trust? Do anyone knows Bottom line, I have place to live. You have place to live. You have food on your dinner table. You have health care. People cannot afford to pay health care, food, or shelter. Again, we have a moral obligation to find a place for those people to live. Period. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll just close out by saying, first of all, thanks to my co-chair for sharing all of that, because I think that that's an important perspective that is often missed, because we don't unfortunately have a lot of immigrants who have raised to the height of being either a state senator or a state representative. One of our good colleagues pointed out some of the statistics. I want to go a little further with those. We have 1,000 people sleeping outside every night. Nearly 30 of those in Fairfield County are children. We had a separate bill that the librarian from New Haven just happened to mention. There's actually over 500 children who are homeless, because when we count our numbers of people who are homeless, we don't include those who are couch surfing, and often with other folks who have Section 8 housing who are desperate not to get caught, letting their niece and nephew perhaps sleep on the couch. We have pregnant women living in vans. I had a woman approach me literally in the LOB just a week ago who thankfully we were able to find housing by, honest to God, a miracle. She'd been living in her van and she was disabled. We have 4,000 people living in shelter. And the biggest issue right now, we have so many people who are actually living in shelter but have jobs, but they have nowhere. There's no, we don't have transitional housing in the amount that we need it. So it's not even, we can't even, let's just put affordable housing to the side for a second. We can't get them transitioning out of the shelters. It was mentioned that we have a significant amount of people who are over the age of 55. That is something that apparently has never been seen in Connecticut before. And that certainly is weighing on my mind, because that is a really difficult time of your life if you are not employed to be able to get reemployed. I think it's unfair for us to, when we are speaking of refugees, to make the assumption that they are all here to commit violence, or it's also an unfair assumption to say that people with mental illness are violent. I want to really be clear about those two things. I heard testimony the other day in public health. People with mental illness are more likely to have violence visited upon them than they are to commit violence. That is statistically accurate. I would also say just 2 nights ago in Avon, the Avon VFW, our veterans from foreign wars, Avon and Canton, they've adopted a family of 5, an Afghan translator, I'm sorry, of 6, an Afghan translator, his wife, and their 4 children. And they really struggled. That was why they came to testify actually on this bill, because they really struggled to find housing. They're working with their local Catholic church in Avon to make sure that this family has a good start, because by the federal definition of refugee, they were vetted for a very long time. Even though we think that our translators that are embedded with our military get a pass, they do not get a pass. They actually are still going through a very lengthy process. If you're not aware of how long it takes once you enter a refugee camp to actually be able to come to the United States of America, and how unbelievably stringent that process is, I suggest that you become aware of that. These refugees are very different from the unfortunate undocumented folks who are, flooding the border as of now. I think we can all agree that that is something that we need to be working on, and certainly to find pathways to citizenship for people who are here and want to work, because we need those people like my good co-chair to come to this country and start businesses and help our existing businesses find employees. So I am approaching this from a humanitarian perspective, because we are in the middle of a humanitarian crisis in Connecticut with our homeless, and anything that we can do along the lines of what has been done at Rosette Village in New Haven, for instance, I think is what we should be doing. And I think that not every church, temple, and mosque is going to be in a position to erect these prefabricated shelters that are not going to be anywhere near a school. As my other good colleague said, this is a work in progress. I am open to some changes, but I am only open to changes that ultimately help us get homeless people in safe spaces. And so with that, Madam Clerk, I would appreciate you calling the roll on this bill. Thank you so much.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS as amended HB 5174 LCO 3157. Kavros DeGraw,
Kavros DeGraw votes yes.
Brahman,
Senator Rahman votes yes.
Zulo,
Rep. Zula votes no.
Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Chafee,
Yes.
Needleman, Hawkadel, Senator Needleman,
Needleman votes yes.
Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Juan,
I'm sorry, Chair, Madam Chair, I voted yes. I think I might have been on mute. This is Senator Needleman.
your vote was received. Thank you.
Thank you.
Baker,
Representative Baker votes yes.
Baumgardner,
Representative Baumgardner votes yes.
Conley, DiAgostino, Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
McCarthy Vehy,
McCarthy Vehy votes yes.
Michelle,
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Delnicki, Dubitsky,
No.
Haynes, Hall,
Paul votes no.
Zawistowski.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now we resume the rest of our agenda. Number 7, HB 5472, an act concerning municipal finance and audits. This is a JFS LCO 3330. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you so much. Any discussion? Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, I understand we have the MARB process here in the state of Connecticut that exists to help towns which fall upon hard times, which can't quite necessarily get their entire financial homes in order, and that there are various tiers to MARB designations for municipalities. And I understand as of right now, there's a very impractical setup where a town needs to actually, once they improve, actually withdraw from MARB and then be reinserted into MARB through a pretty lengthy and quite unnecessary process. And that what this bill is primarily seeking to do is to make it so that towns can move freely between those designations with the assistance of OPM to essentially eliminate administrative waste. So I absolutely support the measure. It will make OPM's job easier. It will help reward towns more easily and more quickly. So for that reason, I support the measure and would have no objection if it moves to consent, if there's no other objection.
I am not seeing any other discussion at this time. Madam Clerk, would you please add that to the consent calendar? Number 8, HB 5474. This is a straight JF, an act requiring municipal reports concerning residential construction approval to the Office of Responsible Growth. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just briefly comment that, we already put so many mandates on our towns, so many reporting requirements, and then, when towns lose track of one or two, suddenly their grant funding is at stake, or they can't get something approved, or money's being held up. And, we just continue to lop these reporting requirements on municipalities. And I just see this as, another in a line of too many already. And so because of that, I'm going to be opposing the proposal today. Although I would be open to potential revisions to it that might make it more palatable today, I will be a no, would request a roll call.
I appreciate that. And I would say that this is a work in progress. My understanding is that there has been discussion with OPM regarding where the actual reporting should land. And they couldn't quite get to an answer. So we will continue to work on this bill. Hopefully once it makes it through committee. Any other discussion? Seeing none at this time, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JFHB 5474. Kavros DeGraw,
Kavros DeGraw votes yes.
Rahman,
Senator Rahman votes yes.
Zulo,
Rep. Zula votes no.
Fazio,
Fazio, no.
Chafee, Needleman,
Needleman votes yes.
Hawkadell, Lopes,
Lopes votes yes.
Juan, Baker,
Representative Baker votes yes.
Baumgartner,
Representative Baumgartner votes yes.
Conley, DiAugustino, Lamar,
Lamar votes yes.
McCarthy Vehy,
McCarthy Vehy votes yes.
Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Delnicki, Dubitsky,
No.
Haynes, Hall,
No.
Zawistowski.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 9, HB 5474. This is a JFS LCO 3071, an act concerning the development of housing and challenges to certain decisions of municipal agencies. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Representative Solo. Any discussion? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding of this is that it limits the people who can appeal with regard to environmental concerns to property that's within 100-foot radius of the subject property. I'm on the Environment Committee, and from my work here for the last 10 years, I've kind of got the sense that the environment extends beyond 100-foot radius. So it doesn't seem to make sense to limit the people who can raise environmental concerns to only those people within 100-foot radius. One would think that people outside of that 100-foot radius could very well be affected by environmental issues, and I think that they should be able to appeal. So I will be opposing this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's valuable feedback. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to supplement that feedback with just a practical example. I represent the town of East Haven. Town of East Haven is home to Tweed New Haven Airport. Tweed New Haven Airport is pursuing an aggressive agenda right now of a proposed expansion that will generationally and fundamentally change the town of East Haven if it were to go through. That proposed expansion raises a host of environmental concerns along with a number of other concerns. And I can tell you that the people who are impacted by these concerns live well in excess of 100 feet of that property. The environmental concerns raised by that proposal extend potentially a quarter to a half mile from that project. And so right now, there are more people impacted than even the existing 500-foot potential radius as far as raising appellate rights. But I see grave concerns with further constraining that radius, because it would foreclose the opportunity for impacted parties who have very valid and substantive concerns, at least even in this practical case, and would probably have valid and substantive concerns in most cases, from being able to have their concerns heard and from being able to have those concerns adjudicated. Again, as with most proposals that seek to constrain public comment, constrain public participation, I'm always wary, because I think what we need to be doing is shining additional sunshine, additional light on what is going on in our towns, not necessarily allowing it to proceed with less public input. So for that reason, I will be opposing the proposal today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start off by thanking the proponent of the bill for the JFS language. It's substantially better than the original bill that we heard. I do understand and agree with the intent of this bill to reform the wetlands process. Unfortunately, a lot of people game the system or misuse it solely to block development in their neighborhoods and in their towns. That is a legitimate problem, but also our wetlands concerns are legitimate as well. I share some of my colleagues' concerns about the 100-foot radius portion of the bill. One particular neighborhood in my district comes to mind. It was built in the bottom of a valley where there used to be a stream. Unfortunately, during construction, they filled the stream in. And as the land gets developed around this one particular neighborhood, the flooding problems these residents face, it just keeps compounding every time something else is built. Under this language, they would have no right to argue against new development in the area. And I will say I am pro-development. We do have a housing shortage. We do need new infrastructure in this state. But I think that we need to strike the right balance when we do this. One of the laws of nature is water flows downhill. Perhaps we could look into a way to craft the language in which people who are downstream of developments might have some sort of rights here. And that's it for my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Representative Delnicki.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it's interesting. The first office I held in public service was as a member of the Inland Wetlands Conservation Commission. And I learned more about wetlands, stormwater runoff, flora and fauna, and things of that nature. And the impact of development going much further than 100 feet. And the impact that can occur to a wetland or a water course when you don't have the adequate input from the folks that live around the water course, that would live around the wetland. And when you create a situation like this where only the folks within 100 feet radius of the property, that property in and of itself that is being developed, you short circuit the folks that would be dealing with the stormwater runoff. If that stormwater runoff went into a wetland area that they might have in their property. Likewise, if there's a water course and the water course runs through their property, would you have a situation there where they would have the input to actually say, wait a minute, I've got a very viable water course here. Stormwater runoff could very well be a factor in reducing the quality of that water course or that wetland. So based on those concerns that I have, based on my experience having been a member of the Inland Wetland Commission, Conservation Commission in the town of South Windsor, I will not be supporting this today. I will be watching the evolution that may come, and I just wanted to express those concerns. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Representative. Seeing no further discussion at this time, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS HB 5475, LCO 3071. Kavros DeGraw.
Kavros DeGraw votes yes.
Rahman.
Senator Rahman votes yes.
Zullo.
Rep. Zullo votes no.
Fazio.
Fazio, no.
Chafee.
Yes.
Needleman.
Needleman, yes.
Hawkadell. Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Juan. Baker. Baumgardner.
Representative Baumgardner votes yes.
Conley.
Conley votes yes.
D'Agostino. Lamar, McCarthy Vehy,
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Delnicky, Dubitsky,
No.
Haynes, Hall,
No.
Zawistowski.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 10, an act, HB 5477. This is a straight JF, an act concerning penalties for blight upon real property, municipal agreements to fix assessments, and a personal property tax exemption. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Do I have any discussion? I think, oh, Representative Jablonski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have a question. I'm not sure, perhaps you, Madam Chair, can answer it or somebody, maybe LCO. In this bill, it allows a town to create regulations that assess a penalty for blight on various sizes of buildings. And there's a section here on lines 73 through 77 where it allows them to put a penalty of 10 cents per square foot for each residential building upon such real property for each day that the violation continues. So my question is the square footage calculated on the entire building or only the residential portion? So, for example, if I've got a big building and I've got commercial downstairs and I've got, you know, a couple of floors with some other stuff that isn't residential, and up at the top I've got some apartments. Under this, am I fined on the square footage of the entire building or only the residential portion?
I am going to have LCO answer this, but I will tell you this specific piece you're asking for, we are working on it because we're trying to figure out okay, there's apartments above and there's commercial below, and how do we figure that out? But I am going to defer to LCO on this one.
As drafted, there is no carve out for any areas of a residential building that might be used for other purposes, whether they be commercial or industrial.
But I would just say, I think we need to do that. So
Okay.
I am open to that.
Understood. Okay. Thank you very much. That was my only question.
Yes, I don't think that's inaccurate. And I think it was actually brought up during testimony. We ran out of a little bit of time here, and in the interest of working on what we think is a good bill, we wanted to move it forward. Any further discussion? Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, I think this bill provides a lot of extra flexibility for municipalities, particularly larger cities, in attempting to deal with blight. You know, blight's a problem all over the state, and our towns are continually looking for new tools to put in the tool belt in order to improve our municipalities and eliminate blight. So I agree with that. Secondarily, I have firsthand experience with the assessment deferral agreements and programs, and putting another economic development tool in municipalities' tool belts as far as this is concerned is a welcome development. Being able to go out 30 years makes sense, mostly because a lot of times when builders are putting these projects together, they're doing it on a 30-year timeline, right? They're pursuing financing. A lot of the times it's between 20 and 30 years. That's usually the terms, the general term of a mortgage. And so being able to offer those incentives for the life of what will likely be their financing makes sense because it creates predictability, which lenders can then rely on as far as helping put these projects together in a better fashion. So I think ultimately what this will do is will actually encourage additional development and economic development. And so for all those reasons, I support the bill. I do believe there may be some underlying concerns with the bill, though, so I would request a roll call.
Absolutely understand. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot in the bill, the underlying parts of the bill that I think are positive. And I want to ensure that there's a product here that works well for the proponent, for Hartford and for other municipalities. We did a blight change in my hometown a couple of years ago, and I think it's been positive. We do not want to be unfair to property owners and people who are on hard times. So my only request, I think, is that I could see going both ways on the vote today, but that we try to work hard and make sure that the final number, the maximum fine, is a reasonable amount. It's not too low, but certainly is not too high. You don't want to see municipalities who are in difficult fiscal situation to use this for revenue raising purposes. So those are my concerns. I just want to register them irrespective of how people vote one way or the other, so that so that when we bring it to the floor, or before we bring it to the floor, that we have something worked out, the numbers worked out, especially so it's something that is fair in the end. Thank you for the time.
I know we always have to worry about theory versus practice, but I know that the intent of this is really to get at the absent landlords that are often out of state, that are difficult to get a hold of. And so that's primarily the goal of the fines as they are. But as I said, this is a work in progress, and I certainly would invite feedback so that we can continue having good conversations on this. I am seeing no other discussion at this time. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JFHB 5477. Kavros DeGraw,
Kavros DeGraw votes yes.
Rahman,
Senator Rahman votes yes.
Zullo,
Rep. Zula votes yes.
Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Chafee,
Yes.
Needleman, Hawkadell, Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Juan, Baker, Baumgardner,
Representative Baumgardner votes yes.
Conley, DiAgostino, Lamar,
Lamar votes yes.
McCarthy Vahey,
McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Delnicki, Dubitsky,
Yes.
Haynes, Hall,
Yes.
Zawistowski.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 11, HB number 5478, JFS LCO 3308, an act concerning the land value taxation pilot program and eligible community investment fund projects. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you so much. Any discussion? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have very strong reservations about this whole concept. I think it is designed to encourage the development of land, which is generally a noble cause, but the scenarios that I'm thinking of are like, there's a little shop, little shoe repair or little store on a quarter-acre lot right next to a giant skyscraper on a quarter-acre lot, and the land is pretty much taxed the same. Doesn't seem to make sense to me. Maybe I'm just not getting my brain around it, but it seems to be just another approach to encouraging more and more and more development. And in this instance, it seems to create great disparities by overtaxing the little guy and undertaxing the big guy as a means of encouraging the little guy to sell to another big guy. It just doesn't make sense to me. And we've got a pilot program with 3 municipalities. I had, if there was testimony by those 3 municipalities, I don't recall it. So I'm not sure why we would, well, let me ask this, Madam Chair. Are there 3 municipalities that are participating in this, and have they had success?
Representative, I believe that when they did the initial pilot program, which I believe has expired, that we did not have 3 municipalities who took advantage of it. I think the idea of bringing it back now is because specifically around vacant lots and that sort of thing, they're trying to figure out how to best manage vacant lots in their areas and whether or not they're being taxed appropriately, et cetera, I believe is my understanding, part of it.
Okay, well, unfortunately, that's another reason for me to oppose this. We in the legislature seem to do this a lot. We create a program that nobody participates in, or if somebody does participate in it, it's not successful. And then we in our infinite wisdom decide, well, we need to make it bigger. Seems that that's what we're doing in this instance. If we didn't have enthusiastic participation and great success from 3 municipalities, I can't see how we should anticipate having enthusiastic participation and great success with 5 municipalities. So I will be opposing this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Representative Zalastowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this mill may raise some valuation issues on the assessment area. I noticed, at least not online, I don't see any testimony from the assessors. I would just suggest that if you're going to take this any further, that you consult with the assessor organization to make sure that we're not violating the uniform standards, the federal guidelines. Yeah, I don't get the sense of warmth coming out of this bill as far as being something that is appropriate under valuation standards. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And I think because it's modeled after the previous thing that we passed, I would hope that it's but you know what? I'm happy to check in with our CAAO and make sure that we're sort of all on the same page. Thank you so much for the flag. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Land value tax is a relatively new concept to me. It's something that I've learned a little bit more about this year, thanks to the help of some of my colleagues, one of the co-chairs, in fact. It's an interesting concept. I don't know that I entirely agree with it, but it's interesting enough to me that I think we need to look at it in the context of, putting it again in the tool belt of municipalities. I don't know that I would eventually support it, but I very much support continuing to have the conversation about it, particularly in the context of a pilot program with municipalities that want to take advantage of this and explore that. So for that reason, I'm going to be a yes today. Hopefully, I'll be a yes on the floor if we can get it to a point where I understand it more and believe that it's worthwhile. And I look forward to having those discussions about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am seeing no further discussion at this time. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS HB 5478 LCO 3308. Kavros DeGraw.
Kavros DeGraw votes yes.
Rahman.
Senator Rahman votes yes.
Zullo.
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
Fazio.
Fazio, yes.
Chafee.
Yes.
Needleman. Hockadell. Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Juan. Baker. Baumgardner.
Representative Baumgardner votes yes.
Conley. DiAgostino. Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
McCarthy Vehy,
McCarthy Vehy votes yes.
Michelle,
Shell, yes.
Delnicky, Drubitsky,
No.
Haynes, Hall,
All votes no.
Zawistowski.
No to flag.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 12, SB number 416, JFS LCO 33, I'm so sorry, I read that wrong. SB number 416, straight JF, an act concerning the conversion of commercial real property for residential use. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Thank you so much. Any discussion? Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along the lines of what we've been talking about today, trying to find solutions for incentivizing the development of housing, for creating new housing to address the clear housing shortage that we do see across the state, I see where this bill comes from. I see the intent, the idea being that we need to create more housing. And we heard earlier from one of the good co-chairs about the struggle, to find affordable housing, particularly for those who are most in need of it across the state. So I absolutely do believe that this comes from a good place. I have grave concerns about it, though, from a procedural, from an administrative perspective. And I think that this bill goes a bit too far in what it's seeking to do. In light of that, I'm going to be a polite no today, but continue to look forward to having conversations about how we can tailor it or get to a solution that does develop housing while continue to respect local control and the rights of municipalities to direct development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another bill actually will create more housing. Like my good ranking member mentioned, yes, housing crisis. We all oftenly talking about housing crisis. It's not just one area. Every area is a housing crisis. Either you're talking about the affordable housing, trans-oriented housing, workforce housing, or supporting housing. We have the housing shortage everywhere. I think this bill will create the more housing, and immediate housing shortage will take care, because there's a lot of office building across the state closed, unused right now. And those property will down the road will come blighted and pending properties. Town will lose collecting the tax, and also it's not going to look good to your properties. Closed property 10 years, 15 years sitting over there. So this is why I think this is really a great bill. Will take care of the housing shortage immediately, because there's the property is already there. All the process is done, and still property will go through the all the safety fire or health code have to met. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Rahman. I'm just confirming, but I don't think we have any discussion at this time. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JF SB 416. Kavros DeGraw,
Kavros DeGraw votes yes.
Rahman,
Senator Rahman votes yes.
Zullo,
Rep. Zullo votes no.
Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Chafee,
Yes.
Needleman, Hockedal, Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Juan, Baker, Representative Baker, I believe you're muted.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Baumgardner,
Representative Baumgardner votes yes.
Conley, DiAugustino, Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
McCarthy Vehy,
Representative McCarthy Vehy votes yes.
Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Delnicky, Dubitsky,
No.
Haynes, Hall,
Hall, no.
Zawistowski.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 13, hold on, making sure, yes. Item number 13, HB number 5056, JFS LCO 3372, an act facilitating the expansion of shared municipal services. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
And I do have a second. Thank you so much. Any discussion? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question that perhaps LCO can answer, or perhaps, Madam Chair, you can answer. In the S language, lines 9 through 12, the provision about the sections of a municipal charter, special act, or home rule ordinance that prohibit or limit a municipality from sharing services. Is that only if the charter specifically says shared services are prohibited, then that section is repealed, revoked, and rescinded? Or is it something where it's as applied, where it doesn't actually say you can't share services, but there's something in there about a contract that impedes the sharing of services? Which provisions in the charter are repealed, revoked, and rescinded?
Due to the specificity of the question, I am going to defer to LCO on that one.
So in the language in line 10, it does not provide, there could be language in this bill that would say a provision of a charter that has the effect of. So I think we have to take this at the face of the language, which just says sharing services. It doesn't say it would have the effect of repealing a charter provision that has the effect of prohibiting the sharing of services, if that makes sense.
I'm sorry, so it does repeal anything that has the effect, or it has?
This bill as drafted does not have the proviso. It does not contain the words that has the effect of, which would usually be used in drafting to indicate the sort of broader scope that I think you're talking about. So it does just say sharing services. It doesn't have the broader language around that clause.
Okay, so it's only repealing, revoking, and rescinding provisions of municipal charters that specifically say you can't share services.
I can't, I don't know how a court would necessarily interpret this language, but I can say that it does not have any sort of language around that would expand it in the way that you suggested.
Okay, because my concern is that, let's say you're a selectman in a town that has a charter. Obviously, many towns don't have charters, but many do. You've got a charter. How do you know what provisions of your charter are repealed, revoked, and rescinded under this bill? Do you need to sit there and go through your charter and try to envision which provisions might have some blocking effect to prevent, to prohibit or limit the municipality from sharing services? And what if you're wrong? Like, do you need to then go and like black line out your charter and say, well, this provision might have some effect? Or do we have to wait until maybe the next contract negotiation or the next opportunity where some shared service opportunity comes up, and then you look at your charter and say, oh, well, we can't do that under the charter. Oh, but that means that that provision has been rescinded. It, you know, that
I
as,
was gonna say, I can provide a little feedback if it helps.
yeah, sure, that would be good.
It's the reason for it is so that you would not have to open the entire charter to move forward with those shared services. Like, in other words, say a town wants to share whatever services they can't currently share. I know we can share animal control, so I'm trying to think of one of the ones that was on our list of things. But so it's the intent is so that they would not have to open the entire charter in order to move forward with whatever they want to do.
Well, wouldn't it make more sense to say that a municipality may share services notwithstanding anything in their charter? Because when you say that the provision is repealed, revoked, and rescinded as of July 1st, 2024, it throws the complete confusion into anybody who needs to follow the charter, because how do you know which provisions are repealed, revoked, and rescinded as of July 1st, 2024? It's completely confusing. I would suggest that, you know, a different approach would make a lot more sense.
Okay. And I would be open to having that conversation. I think that as this is a bill from OPM, that we certainly would need to have a little bit more input from them, because I think it could be that we're much closer than we think we are, but it could be, you know, difference of language.
Right.
So happy to have that conversation if you'd like.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Zulu? Oh, Senator Fazio. I'm so sorry, Senator Fazio first. Trying to get everything in order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was originally hopeful that the product here, the S language of the bill, would be something positive that would help municipalities and give them discretion to save money to provide better services, especially smaller towns. Unfortunately, I think the product is problematic. Section 1 will override town and city charters, and it would be better if it allowed towns and cities to simply reopen their charter to amend anything that bans sharing of services across municipalities. So something more narrow and discretionary. And the fact that the S language strikes Section 2, I think that was really the operable part of the bill that actually would enable us to have sharing of services in an effective manner. So I think this bill becomes, unfortunately, an easy no. Because it doesn't even do what it was purported to it set out to do initially. And Section 1, on top of everything, overrides local control and municipal charters. So unfortunately, an easy no, but I hope we can kind of go back to the drawing board eventually and try to create a product that will accomplish the initial goal. Thank you.
Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we even know if there's any municipalities that have the prohibition that's outlined there pertaining to home rule and sharing services, pertaining to a town charter and sharing services or special act? Because it seems to me that I don't know that there was many towns that would even consider having a prohibition in there like that. That's the only reason why I raised that issue. It just seems that I'm wondering what communities would ever consider writing that into their charter so as to handcuff the folks that deal with it thereafter on the councils or the selectmen or whatever.
Well, I believe that's a really good question for OLR, because I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
Right.
I would say this is that I do think that there probably are, and I only say that because we do seem to struggle so much in Connecticut with any, you know, we have very little that we're willing to regionalize, and in, you know, even in shared service agreements. I mean, I know we do chemicals for the roads and sometimes, like I said, animal control before, but I do think that because of the nature of the 169 and the desire for, you know, individuality, but I'm stalling, honestly, to see if OLR might be able to provide.
And just to help you stall a little bit, and I say that from the perspective of when we engaged with the town of Manchester, town of East Hartford, and South Windsor joined together with a regional animal facility. And there was nothing in our charter per se that prohibited it. And I never heard anything from Manchester or East Hartford with anything in their charter that prohibited the ability of one or more towns to actually share services. I'm glad to see there's the comment in there about having the coalition to bargain to get a contract that works for everybody. Because that was the one thing that typically would be a roadblock if you didn't have that ability to actually come up with some way to have a contract that worked for every member of every town that deals with the town services. And maybe we've got an answer now.
Hi, Ruth Pino from OLR. I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for you. I can't point to any specific municipality, any specific charter provision that prohibits.
But I can point to the fact that cost, CCM, and the COGS all spoke to the need for this. So my guess is somewhere in the 169, we must have a number of towns if the organizations that represent the towns are clamoring for this.
So it's safe to say that we really don't have a problem with the home rule issue and all that? And did you say cost?
No, I'm saying CCM, cost, and the COGS are asking for the ability to do this.
Okay.
So I think that somewhere in the 169, that would indicate that there must be more than maybe even a couple towns that do need the flexibility to be able to open the charter without, having without opening the entire charter, but having to open the piece that would allow them to do this.
Well, that gives me a little more comfort because quite frankly, I was on the fence on this and for today, I will be voting yes with some concerns just to make sure. And I would hope that we would get something pertaining to whether or not any community conceivably within the state of Connecticut does not have a prohibition like that. Because the one thing that bothers me is having the ability to go into the charter in a community that doesn't want it to be amended would be something that I would consider a huge issue for that community. I appreciate the fact of having the ability to work together with neighboring towns like we have. And I certainly would support that, but I would have a grave reservation about a community that didn't want to have that removed would have. Although, from the converse point, they would have the ability to say, no, we don't want to enter into any agreement with anyone, because I'm assuming, am I correct here, that this is totally voluntary?
I believe that it is. I could double check that with LCO. Is this an option? I'm trying to recall.
Putting you guys on the spot. I hate to do that.
I would say that aspects of it are voluntary. The exchange that Rep. Dubitsky and I had about the charter provisions, that aspect of it would not be voluntary.
But I asked the question.
Which is a good place to clean up language.
I asked the question based on the bill that we're working on right now, that there is nothing in there that would force a community, because I read that line there.
It's enabling, not mandatory, if that
Right.
helps. Okay.
And that I want to make sure that there's nothing here that forces a town to join together with another town if they didn't want to.
Yeah. So enabling, not mandatory is the case,
Okay.
if that helps.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Representative Zullo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The goal of this proposal is to give towns more flexibility, right? And to allow them to potentially find efficiencies, save money by sharing services, right? And I think when this bill initially started out, the concept was that if a proposal like this from a municipality or a group of municipalities was going to be affected and collective bargaining units were going to be affected, then they would have the right under existing state statute, under existing custom to bargain the impact. It would probably be clear impact bargaining if they could demonstrate impact. What I'm seeing now is that whether or not there's a demonstration of impact, there is a requirement for bargaining. Now, I certainly don't want to see our collective bargaining units put in a position where they're adversely impacted. But what I do believe is that they're adequately protected under the existing framework that we have in the state of Connecticut. For that reason, and for all of the other reasons that a number of my colleagues have raised today, I'm going to be opposing the bill for now, but hoping we can get to compromise language that will allow everybody to walk away from this feeling like it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill simple, very simple bill, 1K. Very much empowering the town and city to sharing the service, saving the, their money. And this bill is basically cost savings. There is a lot of stuff we are talking about. Those are technical fix. The LCO, I'm sure they are working with governor office day and night to, move forward this bill. Again, this is a work in progress, this bill. I just want to mention about our good member, Rep. Debesky, what he mentioned earlier. Some town don't have the service. Who will take care of that? If we open the, obviously, previous bill, we was talking about the shelter, religious shelter. But this bill will allow to have the service. And you can share the service with your town and region. So you don't have to worry then who will take care of the, basically some facility you had concern. So this bill will help allow the town to have the service they needed, and they can share the service and town can save the money. We always talking about some time when we said the other side, hey, when increase the tax, we increase the revenue. But I said we decrease the tax, we're cutting the taxes. I don't believe to saying the increasing the revenue. So in other words, this bill will increase the, decrease the cost, the town and city, which is very important. We oftenly saying the town need to learn how to expand. And now I'm really grateful Governor brought up this bill. I think this bill will help the town to save the money and they can expand their money for our Board of Ed or senior or whatever area they need it. So I am supporting this bill today. I hope my all colleagues also supporting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Zalestowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been on this committee for a while, and I've always been extremely supportive of shared services. As a matter of fact, I was ready to support this bill until I saw the S language today. I really think that I know that you said it's a work in progress. I also know that the organizations that represent municipalities such as CCM and COST have some issues with this bill, even though they were in support of it before. I said I was ready to support the original bill. I can't at this point. I am going to be voting against it today, but I do hope you can work something out. I appreciate all the work that's been done in this and all the work that's been done over shared services over the years. I think it's a very good goal to be able to save taxpayer dollars. But I don't think this bill gets it. So at least as written. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm seeing no other further discussion. I would say that to some of the good representatives' points, the good ranking, labor has been involved in the discussions with this bill. We gathered OPM and labor together, and they did have some feedback. I have not yet heard the negative feedback. I heard some very positive feedback from the COGS. So I'm curious to hear from CCM and COST if there is more negative feedback that we need to work on. So thank you for that. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS HB 5056, LCO 3372. Kavros DeGraw.
Kavros DeGraw votes yes.
Rahman.
Senator Rahman votes yes.
Zullo.
Rabzula votes no.
Fazio,
Fazio, no.
Chafee,
Yes.
Needleman, Hawkadel,
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Juan, Baker,
Representative Baker votes yes.
Baumgartner,
Representative Baumgartner votes yes.
Conley, D'Agostino, Lamar, McCarthy Vehy,
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Delnicki,
Yes, for today, subject to change if needed.
Dubitsky,
No.
Haynes,
No.
Hall,
No.
Zawistowski.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 14, HB number 5473, LCO number 3164, an act requiring the Majority Leaders Roundtable Group on Affordable Housing to study the elimination of municipal design review processes. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you so much. And I
Madam-
would remind everyone, this is a study bill.
Madam Chair, could you clarify if that was a JFS?
JFS to the floor motions, and those were JFS to the floor motions and seconded motions. Discussion. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize that another laudable goal that we're all pursuing is trying to streamline all of our review and approval processes, right? I know that for a number of years, we've been talking about the fact that in some cases, they are a little bit burdensome, right? They're put in place, though, for a number of reasons. Primarily, the reason being to protect the general public, right? We want to make sure that when we build, it's thoughtful, that when we build, it respects the rights of others to enjoy their properties and respects the overall plans of development that towns have. The design review process is one of those processes, right? It's one of those processes that's intended to require and inject thoughtful contemplation into the development process. I'm not sure that I support even thinking of getting rid of it. Again, because I think it injects that thoughtful consideration into the development process. For that reason, I'm going to be a no today, but I look forward to talking with the proponent of the bill to understand a little bit more of the impetus and to see if maybe that thought process changes. Thank you.
Thank you. And my mistake, I do want to, the JFS language does not make it a study bill, but the initial design piece was the study portion. So I just want to clarify that. Further discussion, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to limit my comments to the section in the substitute language and starting at lines 134. And there's a whole new section there about what a municipality needs to do with regard to sewers. Most of my towns have no sewers and have no easy access to sewers. But what they do have is they have a lot of big, wide open farmland. And we're really talking about literally thousands of square miles of area across eastern Connecticut and northeastern Connecticut, I believe, that have no sewers, have no plan to put in sewers, and in which sewers would be completely irrational, unrealistic, ridiculously expensive, and nobody wants them. So starting on line 134, it requires any municipality in which single-family homes constitute not less than 50% of such municipality's housing stock. That's virtually every town in eastern Connecticut. And it requires that the municipality essentially adopt a plan for providing sewers. It makes no sense to even consider in some places putting in sewers where there are literally half-mile stretches or more between houses. Who would possibly consider digging up and laying pipe for, 2 or 3 houses and running a sewer line that could be, 4 or 5 miles long for a couple of houses? And many of the towns that I represent are entirely like that. My town, there is no place in my town that would be where sewers would be at all efficient, reasonable, or cost effective. So it doesn't make any sense to force my town, which has 3 people that work in town hall, and I believe there are 2 people who work on the road crew, to put together a plan that is just completely unrealistic. In one of the towns that I used to represent, after redistricting, I no longer do, the town of Franklin, they had a sewer proposal to attach to the sewers down in Norwich and to bring the sewer up to residential area. It went to a vote and it went down in flames hugely because nobody wanted it. It was ridiculously expensive and it was not going to be efficient or effective. They eventually put in a very small sewer line that just services their one significant commercial area. But sewers throughout that town would not create new housing. They would not create new housing opportunities. All they would do is bankrupt the town. And that's why everybody, or most of the people in town, voted against it. I just don't see how forcing every town, even towns that sewers would be completely unrealistic, why they would need to put together a plan for sewers. There are other issues I have with this bill, but I said I would limit my comments to that section, so I will do so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And while I don't think there was a specific question there, I will say that this is a may and not a shall. Additionally, if you don't have a water pollution control authority, the may was in subsection A, line 89. But if you don't have a water pollution control authority, this would not really apply to you or your town. So I think that in many cases, there will be a significant amount of towns left out on that. I don't know if that helps, but I know you have other issues with the bill. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS HB 5473, LCO 3164. Kavros DeGraw,
Kavros DeGraw votes yes.
Rahman,
Senator Rahman votes yes.
Zulo,
Reb Zula votes no.
Fazio,
Fazio votes no.
Chafee,
Yes.
Needleman, Hawkadel, Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Juan, Baker, Baumgardner, can you please repeat, Representative Baumgardner? Okay. Conley,
Representative Conley votes yes.
DiAugustino, Lamar, McCarthy Vehy,
Representative McCarthy Vehy votes yes.
Michelle,
Rep. Michelle votes yes.
Delnicki, Dubitsky,
No.
Haynes,
No.
Hall,
No.
Zawistowski,
No.
Representative Baker, would you like to vote?
Representative Baker votes yes.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk,
Yes,
and Representative Baumgartner votes yes.
thank you.
Madam Clerk, you're finished? I just want to make sure.
I think so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Item number 15, SB number 333, JFS LCO 3283, an act concerning local charter revisions. Do I have a motion to JFS?
So move.
We have the motion and the second. Any discussion, Senator Fazio?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is I think, very positive piece of legislation which will give municipalities rights and discretion over their charters that they have historically always had and they should rightfully have, especially related to issues of eminent domain, protecting people's private property, and disposition of locally held lands. I think many of us remember last year that there was a new state law that was passed as part of the bonding bill, which did not have public hearing or public debate, which I think almost none of us knew about until a week or two later, because it was in a 300-page bill that removed the rights of municipalities to make changes to their town or city charter in several different ways. This bill undoes half of that new law. Obviously, I would have liked it to go further, but I do appreciate the collaboration, the negotiations with the chairs of the committee, with the House leadership, who have helped make this compromise bill a product that hopefully will go through the committee today. And I also want to thank the kind of co-introducers of the law, Representative Michelle, Representative Figueroa, and Representative O'Day, along with myself. So I look forward to hopefully passing this through committee today and continuing the work bipartisanly and across both houses so that hopefully we can get something into law at the end of this session that returns more discretion in a reasonable fashion to our towns and cities and local residents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to briefly commend the bipartisan work on this and in this committee that tries to always work on the balance between municipal and state powers. Of course, I would have loved to see a little bit more as well as my good colleague, Senator Fazio, but I am also quite happy that we are able to have the opportunity to pass this bill through today and unchanged until the end. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion? Seeing none at this time, Madam Clerk, I believe we are going to add this to the consent calendar. Thank you so much. Item number 16, HB number 5476. This is a straight JF, an act concerning municipal issues. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? Representative Dubitzky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I imagine you imagine, I oppose this bill. This is a dummy bill. This is a bill that has no substance. This is a bill that is designed to circumvent the public hearing process and allow legislators a vehicle, a vessel, to add anything they want later on and claim that it went through the public hearing process. I've been on a sort of a mission for the last several years to educate the public on dummy bills, because this is where the legislature can do quite a bit of mischief. CCM has, I guess I've got their ear finally. They've put in testimony opposing it, opposing this and the next three bills. And for the very reason that I've been opposing it, because as they say, they're likely going to be vehicles for significant policy initiatives. Well, those significant policy initiatives should be before the public and should be debated in this committee and should be put before the public to testify at a public hearing. As CCM says, the public hearing process is vital in shaping legislation. It certainly is. And what we're doing with these dummy bills, which have no substance to them, is we are hiding the ball. We are taking stuff that should be debated and we're throwing it onto some vessel like these bills at the last minute when nobody from the public has an opportunity to object. I think it's wrong. I think I object when both sides do it. This is not a partisan issue. Unfortunately, my own party does this all the time too, and I object to that as well. This is not the way a representative republic should be acting. We should not be passing dummy bills, and I will be voting against it, and I ask for a roll call vote on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JFHB 5476. Kavros DeGraw.
Kavros DeGraw votes yes.
Rahman.
Senator Rahman votes yes.
Zullo.
Zullo votes yes.
Fazio.
Fazio, no.
Chafee.
Yes.
Needleman. Hockadell.
Hockenell votes yes.
Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Juan. Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Baumgartner. Conley.
Conley votes yes.
D'Agostino. Lamar.
Lamar votes yes.
McCarthy Vehy,
Rep. McCarthy Vehy votes yes.
Michelle,
Michelle is a yes.
Delnicky, Dubitsky,
No.
Haynes,
No.
Hall,
Yes.
Zawistowski.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 17, HB 5471, an act concerning local government. This is also a straight JF. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Any discussion? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, 5471, in line 3, it says, such civil service board shall, takes out the word within and adds the words not later than 90 days after the initial appointment of such commissioners. So it changes within to not later than. No substantive difference whatsoever. It's just a text change. I actually give LCO credit for finding a change that they could make, a text change that they could make that doesn't change anything. I give you guys credit for it because it's not an easy thing to do when you got a statute that has substantive effect and going in and saying, well, what do I do to make a change that doesn't change anything? Well, I did a good job, thank you. But I'm still, same concerns I had. We had some testimony on this bill. We had a couple of, if I can find it. Where'd it go? There it is. We had a couple of testimonies. CCM testified, and again, they believe that this bill, passing this bill with no substantive to it would hurt the integrity of the process and would not be transparent or allow for public engagement. There were others that opposed it as well. And basically for the same reasons. One person submitted testimony that talked about it being essentially a violation of our inalienable rights under the Constitution, and essentially called us out for shirking our responsibilities to have an open and transparent government. And I agree with that. I think that having bills that do nothing, simply to have them as vehicles for some other type of issue that may have great substantive effect on the people of this state is a bad idea and not within our and shirking our responsibilities as legislators. So for those reasons, I will be opposing this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I certainly appreciate all the wonderful comments about LCO. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JFHB 5471. Kavros DeGraw,
First DeGraw votes yes.
Rahman,
Senator Rahman votes yes.
Zulo,
Rep. Zula votes yes.
Fazio,
Fazio votes yes.
Chafee,
Yes.
Needleman. Hawkadell.
Senator Hockenall votes yes.
Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Juan. Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Baumgartner. Conley.
Conley votes yes.
DiAgostino. Lamar. McCarthy Vahey.
Lamar votes yes.
Oh, thank you.
Just in time.
McCarthy Vahey.
Rep. McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Michelle.
Michelle votes yes. I'm trying to be faster.
Delnicki. Dubitsky.
No.
Haynes.
No.
Hall.
Yes.
Zawistowski.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Moving on. to-
Madam Clerk,
Yep.
sorry,
ahead.
can I change my vote to a no?
Your change is recorded. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk and Chair.
Item number 18, Senate Bill number 415, an act concerning municipal agencies. This is also a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. And a second. Thank you so much. Representative Dubitsky?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This also is a dummy bill. And what it means is that we've got a bill that says an act concerning municipalities. And it's again got a minor text change that makes no substantive difference. And I just want to make sure that the people watching at home understand what's going to happen with this bill and what the purpose of this bill is. This is an act concerning municipalities with no substantive change. So it went through a public hearing and we got testimony, written testimony, but nobody really testified in person about it because it doesn't do anything and it doesn't affect anybody. So this kind of is a little bit inside baseball and gets into how the sausage is made, if I could mix metaphors. And so what's going to happen is this bill will now be on the list of bills that have made it through a public hearing and made it through committee. And they'll just be sitting out there waiting for somebody to come up with a new idea that has great substantive, potentially great substantive effect on the people of this state that should have been proposed at the beginning of the session, should have come to the committee, should have been raised, should have gone to a public hearing, should have come back to the committee for a vote, and then should have been ready for a, to go to the floor. But it didn't. It was either too late or it was something that a proponent knew would never make it through committee. And they'll just grab this bill and they'll strike out everything after the enabling clause. And they will put a new concept in, completely new concept, something that nobody's thought of before, something that nobody has not gone to public hearing, or maybe it's an old concept that hasn't been fully baked, or maybe it's something that has been rejected in committee. That happens all the time. Some bill doesn't make it through committee and somebody just sticks it on one of these dummy bills. And then there it is on the House floor or on the Senate floor. This one is a Senate bill, so this one would show up on the Senate floor, completely bypassing the opportunity of the public to comment on it. I think it's wrong. Again, both sides do it. And those that vote for this are actually voting for a concept that they have no idea what it is. All they know is that it's going to say an act concerning municipal agencies. They don't know what the substance of it's going to be. Could be something they hate. Yet, if they vote for this dummy bill, they're voting for that to get through committee. I would not do that. I would not be able to go look at my constituents in the eye and say, I voted for that terrible concept to get out of committee. I certainly wouldn't vote for anything that I hadn't seen. Well, that's what dummy bills are. You're voting for something you have no idea what's in it. I think it's wrong. I think it circumvents the public hearing process, and I certainly won't be supporting it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Representative. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JFSB 415. Kavros DeGraw,
Kavros DeGraw votes yes.
Rahman,
Senator Rahman votes yes.
Zulo,
Rep. Zulo votes yes.
Fazio,
Fazio, no.
Chafee,
Yes.
Needleman, Hockedal,
Senator Hockedal votes yes.
Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Juan, Baker, Baumgartner, Conley,
Conley votes yes.
DiAugustino, Lamar,
Lamar votes yes.
McCarthy Vehy,
McCarthy Vehy votes yes.
Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Delnicki, Dubitsky,
No.
Haynes,
No.
Hall,
Yes.
Zawistowski.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And though I have not announced it yet today, votes will be held open until 3 p.m. and that's on Zoom or in room 2100. Moving on to item number 19, Senate Bill number 417, an act concerning planning and development. This is a straight JF. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Do I have a second? Thank you so much. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For all the reasons that I opposed the last three bills, I oppose this one too. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your brevity. Madam Clerk, I see no further discussion. Please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFSB 417. Kavros DeGraw,
Kavros DeGraw votes yes.
Rahman,
Senator Rahman votes yes.
Zulo,
Rep. Zulo votes yes.
Fazio,
Fazio, no.
Chafee,
Yes.
Needleman, Hockedal,
Senator Hockedal votes yes.
Lopes,
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Juan, Baker, Baumgartner, Conley,
Conley votes yes.
DiAugustino, Lamar,
Lamar votes yes.
McCarthy Vehy,
McCarthy Vehy votes yes.
Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Delnicki, Dubitsky,
No.
Haynes,
No.
Hall,
Yes.
Zawistowski.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 20, HB number 5278. This is a straight JF, an act concerning incentives for transit-oriented development. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you so much. Any discussion? I see Senator Fazio's hand is up.
Madam Chair, I would like to support this bill today. This idea comes to us from Representative O'Day. I think it's a good concept. We want to see more transit-oriented development, and we want to help support municipalities achieve it at their own discretion. So I will be supporting this bill today. It reaches the balance that we frequently talk about protecting local discretion while also promoting creation of housing in places that we need it. So good bill, ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Zulu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to align my comments with those of my Senate counterpart, and then just also thank the chairs for raising the bill, having it on the agenda, and allowing us to get it out of committee. You know, adding this to the conversation about all of the bills addressing affordable housing and the housing shortage means a lot, and it's important because it represents a diversity of viewpoints, and again, allows us to have a fully hashed out conversation about how to best move the state forward. So I appreciate that, and would have no objection if it was moved to consent.
Thank you, Representative Zulu. I think we may have an objection to that. Representative Lamar.
Sorry, Madam Chair. No objection to moving it to consent. I will support that. I do worry, though, that we're creating and establishing a precedent that some of the wealthiest communities in the country need an incentive to comply with fair housing law. That being said, in order to foster a goodwill necessary to enact positive change with a multitude of bills, I will support this coming out of committee.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion? And Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, you know, we are going through the lot of bill, and I didn't look this bill earlier. Last night I was, little bit was going deeper. I didn't like the way the bill saying all the, I don't know exactly this bill will support the 169 town and city. It seems like will be undermined some towns, grant, a special grant. Also, I think will be a special planning grants will be affect some area. Also, I see the 10 years cap there. So if his bill going as it is to the Senate, I don't think so I'm going to support the bill. But today I am, voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rahman. And I do request that this one be taken by roll. Thank you so much. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFHB 5278. Kavros DeGraw.
Kavros DeGraw votes yes.
Rahman.
Like I said earlier, I'm voting yes today, but red flag, when go to the Senate, I will, not as it is, vote yes, thanks.
Zula.
Zula votes yes.
Fazio.
Fazio, yes.
Chafee.
Yes.
Needleman. Hockadell. Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Juan. Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Baumgartner. Conley.
Conley, no.
DiAgostino. Lamar.
Lamar votes yes.
McCarthy Vahey.
Rep. McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Michelle.
Michelle votes yes.
Delnicki. Jubitsky.
Yes.
Haynes.
Yes.
Hall. Zawistowski.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. At this time, I believe we do need to vote on the consent calendar, Madam Clerk. So if you wouldn't mind calling the roll for the consent calendar.
This is a roll call for the consent calendar, agenda items 1, 2, 5, 7, and 15. Kavros DeGraw.
Kavros DeGraw votes yes.
Rahman.
Senator Rahman votes yes.
Zulo.
Zula votes yes.
Fazio.
Fazio, yes.
Chafee.
Yes.
Needleman. Hawkadell. Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Juan.
Senator Huang votes yes.
Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Baumgartner. Conley.
Conley votes yes.
DiAgostino. Lamar.
Lamar votes yes.
McCarthy Vehy.
McCarthy Vehy votes yes.
Michelle.
Michelle votes yes.
Delnicki. Dubitsky.
Yes.
Haynes.
Yes.
Hall.
Yes.
Zawistowski.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as a reminder, votes will be held open until 3 p.m. and that is online or in room 2100. I just want to close out by once again thanking all of our staff. It is a significant lift, especially in a short session, to have as many bills as we had, but I certainly appreciate the effort. I appreciate the effort of all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on the committee, as they were very diligent this year, again, in short session. I don't think the public can ever truly understand what a short session is like when you're trying to do good work and get out as many bills as possible. So again, thank you so much. We will be in recess until 3 p.m. And don't forget the cupcakes. Thanks. Have a good day.
Madam Clerk, can I give you my votes?
Yes, you can. One moment, please.
Thank you.
Hi there.
Aye.
Mhm. All right, Representative Haynes.
Yes.
Agenda item 3. An act limiting assessment of interest in certain delinquent property tax payments.
That's a no.
Item number 4, an act concerning short-term rental properties.
That's a yes.
Item 6, as amended, changing the population threshold to 25,000, 5174, an act concerning temporary shelter units.
That's a no.
Number 8, an act 5474, an act requiring municipal reports.
That's a no.
Number 9, 5475, an act concerning the development of housing and challenges.
That's a no.
Item 10, 5477, an act concerning penalties for blight upon real property.
That's a no.
Number 11, 5478, an act concerning the land value taxation pilot program.
That's a no.
Item 12, 416, an act concerning the conversion of commercial real property for residential use.
That's a no.
Item 13, 5056, an act facilitating the expansion of shared municipal services. I have that. You voted on that one, and I believe I have you for the rest of them.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Michelle, would you like to vote?
I just want to make sure I didn't miss any vote. I don't think I did, but and I'm
Let
sorry
me
to take
double
your
check
time.
for you.
Sorry to take your time for that.
I have all your votes recorded.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Have a good-
Representative McCarthy Vahey.
Thank you very much. I believe I have voted in all. If you could just double check for me, Madam Clerk, I would be so grateful.
I'm happy to do that.
Madam Clerk, could you kindly repeat that?
I said I'm happy to do that. I'm checking right now.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I have all of your votes recorded.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're muted, but thank you. Representative Conley,
Hi, Madam Clerk. I believe I missed a couple votes.
let's see. Agenda item 3,
Conley votes,
5396. I'm sorry, what?
Conley votes yes.
Mhm. Agenda item 4, 335.
Conley votes yes.
Agenda item 6, 5174.
Conley votes yes.
Agenda item 8, 5474.
Conley votes yes.
Agenda item 9, 5475. I
Conley-
have your vote for that.
Yes, I'll vote for
Yep. Item 10, 5477.
that. Conley votes yes.
11, 5478.
Conley votes yes.
12, 416.
Conley votes yes.
13, 5056.
Conley votes yes.
14, 5473. I have for you. I have 16 for you. I believe I have the rest of the votes recorded for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lamar.
Hi, Bree, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
All
For
right.
each of the items on today's agenda, I would like to cast my vote in the affirmative.
Okay, in the affirmative for all of them?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you, Bree.
Representative Baumgartner.
Hi, man.
All right. Let me see what I'm missing for you.
Brianne, this is Senator Lopes. Can you check to see if I missed anything?
Yes, I can check. Representative Baumgartner, I missed number 16 for you. 5474.
Representative Baumgartner votes yes.
And number 17, 5471.
Representative Baumgartner votes yes.
Number 18, 415.
Representative Baumgartner votes yes.
Number 19, 417.
Representative Baumgartner votes yes.
Number 20, 5278.
Representative Baumgartner votes, sorry, Representative Baumgartner votes yes.
All right, that's everything for you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Brianne. Have a wonderful weekend.
All right,
Take care.
Senator Lopes, I am checking for you now. We missed item number 3, HB 5396.
I vote yes on that.
And number 4, SB 335.
I vote yes on that as well.
And I have you for 6, 8. I believe I have you for everything else.
Thank you much. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too.
Hello, Representative. Can you hear me?
No,
You can't hear me?
I can. You're good.
Oh, okay. All right, you are there. The consent calendar.
I'm a
agenda
yes on the consent calendar.
All right. Let's see, I had you for number 3. Item 6, HB 5174 as amended.
As amended, yes.
Number 8, HB 5474.
Was the chair a yes?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Number 9, 5475.
She was a yes. I'm a yes.
Number 10, 5477.
Same question. She's a yes.
Yep.
All right, I'm a yes. I assume she was yes on everything.
Yeah, she was.
I figured, okay.
I'll tell you if she's not. But
Yeah, right, yeah, right.
so number 11, 5478.
Yes.
Number 12, 416.
Yes.
Number 13, 5056.
I'm a yes.
Number 14, 5473.
I'm a yes.
Number 16, 5476.
Yes.
Number 17, 5471.
Yes.
Number 18, 415.
Yes.
Number 19, 417.
Yes.
And finally, number 20, 5278.
Awesome. I'm a yes.
All right, I have all of your votes.
Great. That's it, right?
Yes, that is all.
Excellent. Nice job on session.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. See you later. Bye.
Bye.
Obviously. Through here.
Hi there.
Hello there. Sorry, running in between meetings.
Yeah, I understand.
I think I missed a few.
Yes, the consent calendar.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Let's see. Number 5396. That is
Yes.
okay. And number 4, SB 335.
Yes.
Number 6, HB 5174 as amended.
Yes.
Number 9, HB 5475.
Yes.
Number 10, HB 5477.
Yes.
Number 11, HB 5478.
Yes.
Number 12, SB 416.
Yes.
Number 13, HB 5056. I have you. You voted on that one. And 14, you missed, HB 5473.
Yes.
16, I have you. 17, I have you. Let's see. And then 20, HB 5278.
Yes.
All right, that's everything.
Great. Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
weekend.
You too.
You take in votes?
Yeah, hello, Senator.
Hello. What did I miss?
You missed,
How many?
oh, your signal's breaking up there. Can you hear me?
I can. Just put me in as a yes on everything.
Okay, I have you. Sir. Thank you.
Let me just see if I put me in as a yes. You got it?
I have it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good weekend.
You too.